crew. This is Mission 6, Wrath Alert, the Red Line Aggression Breach. And I'm going to say something right off the bat here. Wrath is one of my biggest issues when it comes to all the sins. You can defeat everything in the world, but you're going to have one thing that's going to be your Achilles heel. And wrath has always been my one big issue. The reason is because, well, I don't know. It's one of those things that you just can't put into words or just synthesize into something simple. But for a long time, I had been a very angry person. Not that some little thing would trigger me and I'd go into a blind rage. No, it would have to build up. But when I did, it would be explosive. It would be very awful. So I just want to share that to have you understand that coming from from me in my life, this is still a issue that I still have even to this day. Although it's toned down a bit, according to a lot of people, it's really toned down a bit. But every so often, I that wrath comes screaming out. And the reason why I say that is I want you to understand that there is a difference between heat and fire, between force and destruction, and between anger that serves righteousness and anger that serves the flesh. And that difference is what makes this mission about. You know, because a lot of people confuse intensity with authority, right? We get extremely angry and we think, oh, he's an authority. But that's not 100% because also you can confuse being loud with being right. Many people do that. You can confuse emotional force with moral clarity. You see that too sometimes, especially in churches, right? But wrath is not just anger at a high volume. Wrath is anger past containment. It's anger that has slipped restraint, broken governance, and started running weapons control on its own. It's punitive, it's reactive, it's destructive, it does not merely want resolution. It wants impact, it wants repayment, and wants someone to feel what you feel. And it wants the situation settled by force, by pressure, by punishment, and by damage. And I can tell you that was me many years ago. Now, when I have my episodes, yeah, I feel that, but yeah, there are ways to calm it down. And I'm still learning those to this day. I mean, not every situation is 100%, going to fix, with a simple, breathing exercise. So I don't think that just because I say, hey, I just do this and hey, everything's better. It doesn't. Situations come up where even walking away, light breathing doesn't always help. And the reason why I say that is at the core, this mission does matter, especially for me, because anger itself is not always sin. Scripture does not teach that every experience of anger is automatically rebellion. In fact, if you care about what is holy, if you care about what is true, if you care about what is just, there will be moments where your spirit is stirred. There will be moments when evil, abuse, corruption, exploitation, blasphemy, and cruelty should trouble you. Now, a dead conscience never gets angry. A living conscience does. But wrath is what happens when that troubled conscience stops submitting to God and starts authorizing itself. It stops saying, Lord, what is righteous here? And starts saying, I know exactly what they deserve. That's the breach. That's your red line situation. That is the moment anger ceases to be a signal and becomes a weapon. And this mission has to make some distinctions clearly, okay? Because if we do not define the categories correctly, we will either excuse sinful wrath or condemn legitimate righteousness. So we're going to separate three things, okay? And these things are first, divine wrath, the holy, measured, just response of God against sin. And the second thing is justified wrath or righteous anger, the morally proper human response to evil that remains under God's authority and does not become fleshy retaliation. And of course, there's the third, the unjustified wrath, the sinful version that erupts from pride, entitlement, vengeance, wounded ego, fear, insecurity, or even control. And these distinctions matter because not every fire comes from the same source. And it's not every aggressive posture carries heaven's authorization. So we begin here. Wrath is dangerous precisely because it can disguise itself as righteousness. You can wear the uniform of moral concern while running the agenda of the flesh. You can sound like justice while being powered by ego. You can present yourself as strength while actually being unstable. That is why we need spirit led discernment in this mission. Not all anger is holy, not all intensity is obedience, and not all confrontation is righteousness. And definitely not all silence is peace. This mission is about learning how to tell the difference, how to identify the scripts underneath your reactions, and how to install de escalation and repair systems that keep the crew from tearing itself apart. Now, at this point, I'm going to say this: if you're having major issues where even the de escalation protocols that we're going to give you later on do not work, I highly, highly recommend you seek professional help, because beyond this, there may be some underlying issues that maybe it's not just you and God having issues. It could be far greater than that, and you could hurt somebody. And I don't want that. But I want you to heal, and I want you to feel better. I want you to be able to take that wrath and say, not today, and do better and go and be a better person out there. So, like I said, if your wrath is not calming down with any of these de escalation techniques, please get professional help. With that said, let's start with divine wrath, because if we do not begin with God, we will misread the entire mission. Divine wrath is not divine moodiness. It's not temper. It's not instability. God does not fly off the handle. He is not emotionally manipulated. He does not get triggered by inconvenience. Divine wrath is his holy, just, necessary opposition to sin and evil. It is the settled response of his righteousness against what corrupts, desecrates, destroys, and rebels against his good order. Human wrath is often impulsive, contaminated, definitely, and self referential. Divine wrath is never any of those things. It is perfectly clean because God is perfectly holy. So when scripture speaks of the flood in Genesis chapter 6 through 9, we are not reading about God having a bad day. We are reading about cosmic corruption reaching an intolerable level under the judgment of a holy God. And if you look at Genesis 6:5, it says, "The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually." Okay, that is not a minor moral drift there. It is civilizational level collapse under sin. Violence had filled the earth. Corruption was pervasive. Humanity was not merely making mistakes. Humanity was in full scale rebellion. The flood? Then it is not an example of God overreacting, right? It is an example of God judging evil in righteousness, where while still preserving mercy through Noah, right? We all know that. Get in the ark, two by two. Even there, wrath and mercy are not enemies. Judgment falls, but an ark is provided. Divine wrath is never detached from divine holiness, and divine holiness is never detached from divine justice. And that matters because people often project human dysfunction onto God. They hear the word wrath and imagine God acting like an out of control sinner. But divine wrath is not God becoming less than holy. It is God acting according to his holiness. It is the necessary response of a perfectly righteous judge to evil that he will not bless, excuse, baptize, or even ignore. If you read Romans 1, it reinforces this when it says the wrath of God is revealed against ungodliness and unrighteousness. And the issue is not that God is unstable. The issue is that God is holy. Sin is not safe in his presence. Rebellion is not morally neutral. Evil does not get permanent diplomatic immunity before the throne of heaven. Now, moving from divine wrath, we go to justified human wrath, or what we might precisely call righteous anger. And this is not the same category as God's wrath, because human beings are not omniscient, not perfectly holy, and not qualified to judge as God judges. But scripture does make room for anger that is morally right. And if we read Ephesians chapter 4, verses 26 to 27, it says, "Be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your anger and give no opportunity to the devil." That verse matters because it proves the category exists. Anger exists. It's a good category. But it also ends in the warning as to not let your justified anger transform into sinful wrath. And guess what? There is a way to be angry without entering sin. There is a way to respond to what is wrong without becoming wrong in the process. And there is a way to confront evil without becoming fleshly, punitive, and destructive. And you want to know something? The cleanest example is Jesus cleansing the temple, right? We've heard about this all the time. It's in Matthew chapter 12, verses 12 and 13. And Jesus entered the temple and drove out all who sold and bought in the temple, and he overturned the tables of the money changers with this and the seats of those who sold pigeons. He said to them, "It is written, my house shall be called a house of prayer, but you make it a den of robbers." Okay. But what about what John chapter 2 verses 13 to 17 says? Well, it gives a little bit more detail and gives it a little bit more understanding context. The Passover of the Jews was at hand, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. In the temple, he found those who were selling oxen and sheep and pigeons, and the money changers sitting there. And making a whip of cords, he drove them all out of the temple with the sheep and the oxen. And he poured out the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. And he told those who sold the pigeons, "Take these things away. Do not make my father's house a house of trade." His disciples remembered that it was written, "Zeal for your house will consume me." When Jesus enters the temple and overturns the tables of those corrupting the house of God, this was not a loss of control. This was not a tantrum. This was not petty irritation. This was righteous zeal. He was confronting desecration, exploitation, and religious corruption in a place set apart for prayer, especially during the time of Passover. His action was purposeful, morally coherent, and aligned with the holiness of God. It was not fueled by a wounded ego. It was fueled by zeal for his Father's house. The issue was not that Jesus got emotionally hot. The issue was that Jesus acted in perfect righteousness against a real desecration. And that justified wrath in the sense that anger is morally fitting and properly governed. It is directed at genuine evil. It's not proportionate. It is not vindictive. It is not petty. It does not spring from insecurity. It does not seek personal revenge. And definitely, it does not lose contact with the will of God. Jesus was not trying to make people pay him back emotionally. He was confronting evil in alignment with divine holiness. Now, compare that to unjustified wrath, okay? Unjustified wrath is what happens when anger passes containment and becomes flesh-run aggression. James chapter 1 verses 19 to 20 gives us the warning system here. "Know this, my beloved brothers, let every person be quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to anger, for the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God." That is the dividing line. The anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. Human wrath loves to tell itself that it is accomplishing righteousness, but James says otherwise. Fleshy anger does not build what heaven calls righteous. It may produce fear. It may produce silence. It may produce compliance. It may produce collateral damage, but it does not produce the righteousness of God. This is the category of punitive anger, reactive anger, destructive anger. It is the anger that says, "I'm owed." It is the anger that says, "They deserve it." It is the anger that says, "Because I was hurt, I now have permission to injure." It is the anger that seeks not restoration, but retaliation. We see this today in everything about politics, right? This anger, it wants to win, not heal. It wants to humiliate and not reconcile. It wants leverage, not truth. It wants the other person cornered, exposed, diminished, and punished. And you know what? That's not righteous anger. That is wrath breach. Now, Colossians 3:8 gives a direct order. "But now you must put them all away: anger, wrath, malice, slander, and obscene talk from your mouth." Now, notice how wrath sits in a cluster. It travels with malice, it travels with slander, it travels with corrupt speech. That is because unjustified wrath rarely stays internal. It spills, it leaks into words, tone, posture, timing, and atmosphere. It infects the room. It weaponizes the mouth. It recruits memory. It starts pulling old files, old failures, old weaknesses, old grievances, and old ammunition. It is not trying to solve the present issue, it is trying to maximize damage. So here's the distinction clearly. Divine wrath belongs to God in his holiness and justice. Righteous human anger is possible when it is aligned with truth, governed by self control, proportionate, and free from sinful retaliation. Unjustified wrath is anger hijacked by the flesh, pride, ego, revenge, entitlement, fear, insecurity, and control. One category is holy, one category can be holy under submission, the other category is sin. This mission exists because too many people merge those categories and then call their red line aggression discernment, boldness, and or just being real. But being intense is not the same as being righteous, and being offended is not the same as being called. Now that we distinctly separated what divine, righteous, and unrighteous wrath looks like, if wrath is anger past containment, then we need to ask the next tactical question here. What pushes anger past containment? Okay. And the other questions are, what are the internal scripts that accelerate that breach? Because wrath is rarely random. It often looks explosive on the outside, but underneath the explosion are rehearsed beliefs, hidden entitlements, and fleshy assumptions. There is a script running under the outburst. There is a phrase in the background. There is a logic system feeding the escalation. One of the most common scripts is this: I'm owed respect. I'm owed immediate understanding. I'm owed comfort. I'm owed agreement. I'm owed the outcome I wanted. I'm owed treatment that matches my self estimate. And when that imagined debt is not paid, well, wrath shows up to collect. But that is exactly why pride and wrath are so often linked. Pride builds a throne, wrath defends it. Pride says, I belong in the center. Wrath says, and if you threaten my centrality, I will make you regret it. Another script of this is they deserved it. Okay, that is the punitive engine. Okay, it does not just want correction, it wants repayment. It wants pain distributed according to perceived offense. It wants the other person to be made to feel the cost, and preferably in a way that leaves a mark. Scroll many of the people out there that are against our government. I'm using that as an example. I don't care which way you vote, but look at how extreme it has gotten. This is where tone turns sharp, right? Words turn surgical and timing becomes strategic. Unjustified wrath loves the perfect moment to land the blow. It will store the issue, polish the language, and wait for the opening. This is no longer moral concern. This is malice with a mission plan. Another script we run into is I have to make this happen. That is control driven wrath. It believes that force is the only way to secure order. It does not trust God enough to obey in peace. It trusts pressure more than prayer. It trusts intimidation more than wisdom. It trusts domination more than truth. This is why wrath often appears in environments where people are trying to manage outcomes they cannot actually control. In homes, ministries, workplaces, relationships, even in their own teams. They start with concern, but because they do not surrender the situation to God, concern mutates into control, and control mutates into aggression. And another script is fear dressed as strength. Some wrathful people are not mainly driven by courage, but by insecurity. They feel threatened, exposed, embarrassed, or destabilized. So they surge forward in anger because anger feels stronger than vulnerability. If sadness feels weak, then choose rage. If confusion feels weak, they choose rage. If disappointment feels weak, they choose rage. If fear feels weak, they choose rage. Wrath becomes a shield. It becomes armor. It becomes a way to avoid being seen as wounded. But armor made out of wrath still cuts everybody around you. Now, Proverbs helps us here because it consistently links anger problems with folly and not power. This is especially true in Proverbs 14:29. Whoever is slow to anger has great understanding, but he who has a hasty temper exalts folly. Now, pause here. If we look at our country today, which I've reflected throughout this entire sermon up to this point, we see a major issue. Many people are driven to anger, let this anger overflow into wrath, and are served as punishment that includes death. We have seen this with the rioters opposing ICE. I am not here to give this as a right versus wrong issue. I am just pointing out the issue between peaceful protests, which I personally support, no matter what side of the aisle you are on, and that of people injured or killed because their anger manifested into an out of control state. And even Proverbs 16:32 reinforces what I say, stating, "Whoever is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he who rules his spirit than he who takes a city." Now, that means the kingdom does not define strength the way the flesh does. Okay? The flesh thinks immediate force proves power. Scripture says restraint proves strength. And this is why Martin Luther King's marches were so powerful. They did not use force, but quiet passivity to make the point for civil rights. And remember the following: the flesh celebrates the person who can dominate a room. Scripture honors the person who can govern a spirit. The flesh thinks explosion means authority. Scripture says self rule is the greatest victory. Wrath also recruits memory in a distorted way. So once anger crosses into sinful wrath, the present issue is no longer enough. It starts importing old material, old disappointments, old betrayals, old embarrassments, old failures, old conflicts that were supposedly dealt with already. Wrath becomes archival. It opens old files not to seek understanding, but to stack ammunition. That is why so many wrathful confrontations feel disproportionate. The visible trigger is small, but the eruption is huge because the speaker is not responding only to the present. They are fighting 10 battles at once and assigning all of them to the person in front of them. And once those scripts are active, perception gets corrupted. Wrath narrows interpretation. Everything is read through hostility. Neutral comments sound loaded. Delays feel disrespectful. Questions feel insubordinate. Imperfections feel intentional. Corrections feel personal. Wrath does not just react to reality, it edits reality. It creates a hostile interpretation field where every event becomes proof that retaliation is justified. That is why wrath is spiritually dangerous. It distorts moral judgment while convincing the person they are finally seeing clearly. And this is where Galatians 5 is deeply diagnostic. The works of the flesh include enmity, strife, jealousy, fits of anger, rivalries, dissensions, divisions. Notice how relational fragmentation sits right next to fits of anger. Wrath is not a private malfunction, it is a community threat. It does not merely hurt the angry person, it tears at the fabric of trust, safety, and unity around them. It teaches others to brace. It trains rooms to tighten up. It makes people calculate tone before truth. It creates atmospheres where honesty becomes risky because nobody knows when red line aggression will breach again. So understand this clearly. Wrath is never just about having a temper. That language is too small for the damage it does. Wrath is a flesh system. It is a relational weapon. It is a spiritual breach. It runs on scripts of entitlement, revenge, insecurity, fear, pride, and control. And unless those scripts are identified, confessed, and dismantled, the person will continue to call their sin personality, passion, or just how I am, while the damage continues to spread. So now I'm going to move on here, and I want to make something clear. Wrath always promises protection. That is one of its greatest lies. It says, I'm keeping order. I am defending what matters. I am making sure this does not happen again. I am showing strength. I am setting the standard. But wrath does not actually protect the crew. It destabilizes the crew. It may create short term compliance, but it destroys long term trust. It may silence people, but silence is not peace. It may force a result, but forced results are not the same as healed systems. And James already told us that the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. That means wrath cannot build kingdom outcomes. It can build fear, it can build avoidance, it can build image management, and it can build performative compliance, but it cannot build righteousness. The righteousness of God is not produced by fleshy escalation. Heaven is not advanced by outbursts, verbal violence, intimidation, contempt, or retaliation. Now, look at what Paul says in Romans 12:17 to 21. Repay no one evil for evil, but give thought to do what is honorable in the sight of all. If possible, so far as it depends on you, live peacefully with all. Beloved, never avenge yourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God, for it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord. To the contrary, if your enemy is hungry, feed him. If he is thirsty, give him something to drink. For by so doing you will heap burning coals on the head. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. And that is not weakness. That is kingdom warfare. Paul is not saying evil should be reclassified as acceptable. He is saying that personal vengeance is not your authorization. The Lord has not deputized you to become your own court of final judgment. You are called to overcome evil, not mirror it. You are called to resist corruption, not be drafted into its methods. And this is where many people, like myself, fail the mission. They think refusing retaliation means surrendering truth. But biblical peacemaking is not passive surrender. It is active obedience. It is not it is refusing to let evil recruit you into evil. It is refusing to let someone else's sin write your script. It is refusing to let offense become permission. Wrath says, they acted wrongly, so now I may act wrongly with spiritual language around it. The gospel says no. Their sin does not authorize your sin. Their breach does not justify your breach, and their failure does not sanctify your flesh. And let's say it this plainly. Wrath is especially destructive when it appears in leadership, parenting, marriage, friendship, even ministry. In those spaces, people often defend it as seriousness, firmness, or standards. But there is a difference between clarity and cruelty. There is a difference between correction and contempt. And there is a difference between authority and volatility. Once people start managing your reactions instead of receiving your guidance, wrath has already started poisoning the environment. Once people are more focused on not setting you off than on walking in truth, wrath has distorted the mission. Ecclesiastes 7:9 says, be not quick in your spirit to become angry, for anger lodges in the heart of fools. Now notice the wording, anger lodges. It settles in. It takes up residence. This is not only about moments of eruption. It is about the cultivated atmosphere of the heart. Some people do not explode every day, but wrath still lodges in them. They carry simmering hostility, quick offense, a rehearsed grievance file, a readiness to go cold, sharp, punishing, or explosive when the right trigger appears. That is still wrath territory. A silent volcano is still a volcano. And wrath corrupts speech. Jesus says in Matthew 12 that out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. That means the mouth is not inventing what it says in moments of aggression. It is revealing what is stored. When wrath breaches and words come out like blades, that is not merely a communication issue. It is a heart exposure. It shows what's being housed, fed, and justified internally. And that is why apology alone cannot solve a wrath problem if the underlying heart system remains unaddressed. You can regret the outbursts all you want and still preserve the pride that produced it. Let us also make an important distinction here. The opposite of sinful wrath is not emotional numbness. It is not pretending nothing matters. It is not becoming passive, indifferent, or conflict avoidant. Some people hear a mission like this and assume the goal is to never confront anything, never raise concern, never challenge corruption, never draw boundaries, and never rebuke sin. But that's also not biblical peace. Biblical peace is not the absence of truth. It is the presence of truth under God's rule. It is truth delivered without fleshy corruption. It is firmness without malice. It is clarity without cruelty. It is courage without the retaliation. Jesus did not call his people to be spineless, right? He called them to be holy. That means the mission is not to shut down your capacity for anger. The mission is to refuse to let anger become your pilot. The mission is to submit emotional fire to the Spirit so it can serve righteousness instead of destruction. Because once wrath takes the controls, everybody in the blast radius pays for it. Families, friendship, churches, teams, community, and often the person who thought wrath was protecting them. Okay, we are almost done here, but I just want to say thank you for understanding where I'm coming from because we're going to move on to countermeasures. And I'm going to say this right now. If some of these countermeasures do not work for you, get professional help because this mission is not about the diagnosis of this. We are not here to merely name the breach. We are here to install response protocols. And again, if these don't work, and you've tried them on multiple occasions, don't just use them once and think it doesn't work. Try it multiple times. And if they don't work, get professional help. If wrath is anger past containment, then the first countermeasure is spirit led restraint before escalation, not after the explosion, before it. Proverbs 15:1 says, "A soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger." That is tactical wisdom, right? Not every fire must be met with fire. In fact, that usually multiplies the damage. A soft answer is not cowardice, it is controlled strength. It is refusing to pour fuel where the flesh wants ignition. Spirit led restraint begins with slowing the reaction cycle. Quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to anger. That means when the system starts heating up, you do not trust your first impulse automatically. You do not canonize your initial surge. You do not assume because you felt it strongly that it must be right. You stop. You breathe. You pray. You ask better questions. What exactly am I reacting to? What story am I telling myself right now? Is this about righteousness or is this about pride, control, embarrassment, fear, entitlement, or revenge? Am I trying to solve a problem or am I trying to make someone pay? A second, identify the script under the surge. This is critical. Do not just name the feeling, name the belief. I am angry is only surface level information. Ask what is underneath. Is the script I'm owed? Is it they deserved it? Is it I have to control this? Is it I'm being disrespected and that's intolerable? Is it I cannot bear being wronged without immediate repayment? Hidden beliefs drives visible reactions. Until the belief is exposed, the reaction will keep running and returning in new settings with the same old engine. Third, separate truth from vengeance. You may need to address the issue. You may need to confront, correct, rebuke, report, or set a boundary. But before you do, ask whether you are pursuing truth or revenge. Truth seeks restoration, justice, safety, and holiness. Vengeance seeks emotional repayment. Truth can be firm and clean. Vengeance is always contaminated. Truth can wait for the right timing. Vengeance hates delay because delay cools the flesh. Truth can speak with clarity. Vengeance needs sharpness because it wants the wound felt. And fourth, practice godly pause before verbal release. I know, easier said than done, but think about it. In wrath prone moments, the mouth becomes the easiest weapon system to deploy. So install a protocol. Not every thought gets transmitted. And in my family, sometimes the filter between the brain and the mouth does not work, and but we're always working on it. But not every sentence deserves air, and not every cutting observation is wisdom. Some of the things you are most tempted to say in anger are things you will have to spend the longest time repairing. Ecclesiastes, Proverbs, James, and the whole counsel of Scripture push us towards disciplined speech for a reason. The mouth can set fires, the soul the soul then has to drag around for years. Fifth, forgive quickly, even when repair takes longer. Forgiveness is not pretending wrong never happened. It is not denying pain. It is not abandoning justice or boundaries. It is the refusal to keep the revenge engine powered. Forgive quickly is also taking accounting for your wrongs too, right? But it is also the surrender of final repayment into the hands of God. Some people do not want forgiveness because they think anger is keeping them strong. But unresolved wrath does not keep you strong. It keeps you chained to the offense. It makes the offender a permanent tenant in your internal life. Forgiveness does not call evil good. It refuses to make evil your operating system. And sixth, pursue peacemaking, not mere venting. Matthew 5 blesses the peacemakers, not the retaliators, not the score settlers, not the emotionally efficient destroyers. Peacemaking is costly because it requires truth and self control together. It requires courage without cruelty. It requires the kind of maturity that can say, "This is wrong and I will address it," without saying, "Therefore, now have permission to scorch the earth." Peacemakers do not minimize sin, they confront it without becoming its mirror. Seventh, repair quickly when you breach. If you cross the line, do not defend the flesh. Do not say, "Well, I was just being honest." Definitely do not say, "That's just how I walk." Never say, "If they had not done what they did, I would have not reacted that way." That's definitely not confession. That is self justification. Real repair sounds like this: I sinned in my anger. I spoke destructively. I was not under the Spirit in that moment. I was punishing, not pursuing righteousness. I need forgiveness and I need to make this right. Repair starts when ownership becomes clean. Eighth, build rhythms that lower baseline volatility. Exhaustion, overstimulation, chronic stress, lack of prayer, constant media outrage, isolation, and unconfessed bitterness are all make wrath breaches more likely, especially in this day and age, constant media outrage. A soul that is never quieted will be easier to ignite. A mind that is fed in outrage will become fluent in outrage. A body running on depletion will have less resistance when anger arises. This mission is not about what happens in the moment of conflict. It is about what you are feeding the system all week long. Finally, surrender the whole matter to the Holy Spirit. Self control is fruit of the Spirit, not merely personality discipline. That means this mission is not won by willpower alone. You need the Spirit to restrain what your flesh wants to authorize. You need the Spirit to expose your inner scripts. You need the Spirit to cut entitlement off at the root. And you need the Spirit to teach your mouth new patterns. You need the Spirit to form Christ like strength in you, a strength that is not fragile, not theatrical, not punitive, not explosive, but steady, clean, and holy. All right. So before we close, let us run the mission through clear checkmarks. I know we did that earlier, but I want to cut down these checkpoints into very bite sized and manageable items. Okay. So that you can just take them, probably put them on a card, say, "Oh, yeah, I need to do this," whatever it does, but they're easy to understand, easy to execute. So, again, these are not abstract ideas. They are assignment level checkpoints because this is where the briefing becomes fully operational. And while I'm repeating myself from earlier, like I said, I think you will benefit from a more compact checklist that is easy to execute. So, your first checkpoint again, identify your wrath scripts. What phrases show up internally when you get heated? Is it "I am owed"? Is it "they deserve it"? Is it "nobody gets to do that to me"? Or is it "I have to make this right now"? Find the script, name it, expose it before God. Hidden scripts become repeated sabotage. Checkpoint 2, distinguish your category of anger. Ask plainly, is this divine territory where judgment belongs to God? Is this righteous concern that must remain under restraint? Or is this unjustified wrath driven by ego, revenge, pride, fear, or control? Do not label fleshly aggression righteous anger just because you feel morally intense. Checkpoint 3, slow the breach window. When you feel the surge rising, delay your mouth. Delay the message, delay the response, delay the post, delay the confrontation long enough to submit it to the Spirit. A delayed, sinful response is often better than an immediate destructive one. Checkpoint 4, confront cleanly, not punitively. If an issue must be addressed, address the issue itself. Do not stack old files. Do not widen the blast zone. Do not recruit contempt. Keep it truthful, proportionate, and clear. The goal is not emotional repayment. The goal is righteousness, clarity, and repair. Fifth checkpoint, release vengeance. This is where many fail the mission, right? Like I said, I've had this failure on many occasions, so don't think I'm just saying this just to be putting me on a pedestal, which is another thing I don't want you to do. Okay. There are wrongs you cannot fully settle by force, speech, or emotional pressure. Give final judgment to God. Refuse the fantasy that wrath can make the moral universe balance for you. It cannot. Our sixth checkpoint here, repair fast when you breach. If you used words as a weapon, own it fast. When you redline, own it fast. If you punished instead of peacemaking, own it. Do not let pride turn one sin into a fortified pattern. And the seventh and final checkpoint, cultivate the rhythms of restraint. Prayer, scripture, quietness before God, honest confession, wise distance from outrage cycles, disciplined speech, healthy rest, forgiveness on repeat. Do not wait for the next breach to start building a better system. Okay, let me wrap this up by saying this. Wrath is not strength. It is anger past containment. It is the moment the flesh takes a real issue and turns it into a destructive mission. Divine wrath belongs to God in His holiness. Righteous anger exists when evil is confronted under God's authority, with truth and restraint intact. But unjustified wrath is different. It is punitive, reactive, and destructive. It runs on entitlement, vengeance, fear, pride, and control. It says, I'm owed it. They deserved it. It says, I will make this right by force. And Scripture keeps warning us that the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. So the call in this mission is not emotional numbness. The call is spirit-governed fire. The call is to take care deeply without becoming fleshly, to confront wrong without becoming wrong, to speak truth without recruiting cruelty, to refuse retaliation, to pursue forgiveness, to become a peacemaker without surrendering holiness. Because the crew is not protected by volatility. The crew is protected by people who can hold conviction and restraint at the same time. When wrath breaches, everything in the room gets scorched. But when the Spirit governs the response, the mission holds. Relationships can heal. Truth can be spoken. Evil can be confronted. And the crew stays protected, not by red line aggression, but by holy strength under the authority of Christ. back. Wow, that was pretty powerful. I actually had a chance to see the message before it got, fully edited, of course, but also saw some of the bloopers about it. And I'll tell you this, our mission commander, yeah, he does. I've seen him angry, very wrathful once, but not. It was unjustified, and I actually called him on it, and he's like very apologetic. He normally doesn't have that many issues, but it's scary to watch. I think I know why he really, when he talked about it in the message, he says it's a hard thing for him to do, but if you missed it, don't worry. It'll be up on Monday, 4 a.m. for all of you. It looks like we gained a couple of followers while we were going through the message and through the break, so that's not too bad. Thanks to all of you joining us. Well, let's get into it. And I'll say it like I tweeted earlier. We're going to get Magda. We're going to kick her butt right now. Let's enter the game and get her. Alright. Enter the caverns of Rane, above Wortham. So. So all that's taken care of. One of these is I gotta remember to write down what I did. Oh, look at that. Something I forgot to get. Well, see, that's why we have our little buddy here. He gets all the goodies. All right.
This is a matter of honor now. We must not hesitate.
No, but we will do everything in our power to loot every dead body we can. Why? Because it's an RPG, guys. Why wouldn't we? Man, this is not doing good. This is why I don't like. Ah, we've gotten to the spiders. Oh, I hate spiders.
Spiderlings alone may seem unthreatening. But
Oh
their
no, they're
presence
threatening.
should be a warning for travelers. For wherever there are spiderlings, there will be matriarchs. And the fully grown arachnids are extremely protective of their young. The spiderlings themselves.
Hello, Wanderer. I sell quality potions and dyes at a fair price. Have a look if you like. Oh,
Why-
and would you do me a favor? There's a lunatic down by the caves who wants a potion to make his blood sweet, if you can believe it. Would you mind bringing it down to him?
It takes all kinds. Sure. Yeah, it really does take all kinds. There we go.
Treasure!
Hello.
The
I'm
ubiquitous
gonna use
spider is one of
the
the
term
oldest
ick.
and most adaptable creatures in the world. It also seems to have acquired an unfortunate susceptibility to magic. When exposed, the arachnids will increase dramatically in size and even cast spells.
Jack boy.
Due to this hazard, I recommend staying out of dark places whenever possible.
I agree with that. Oh, look at that, right off the bat.
This is perfect. My mistress will now accept me. Her blood and mine will soon sing as one.
Yeah. There's a lot to that, I would say. Not what I was looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Skills. Oh, it's S. I should have known that. No, I still like caltrops with the hook spikes. But... oh, nice! I can handle that. I like that. Makes me feel... as long as there's no saying arc damage is increased. Oh, no. I'll just take what I've got here. That's good. Question. So we are at here. Well, let's find out what's going on.
The air hangs heavy with the scent of terror. This does not bode well.
No kidding. Yeah, I hate spiders. I really do.
Did you see those columns behind the webs? This place was built by ancient hands.
Well, for right now, let's just handle that. I'm sorry I'm quiet. It's just spiders and I do not work together well. Well, hello. So yeah, if I'm quiet, it's just because yeah, stay down. Time for rapid fire. What you say. Some people say, oh, spiders are nice. No. No, 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 and no. Did I get him? Apparently I did.
Our just reward!
See, and this is why we can't have one. All of a sudden, boom. Rating party. Come on. There we go.
Someone help me!
Well, we couldn't help you, my friend. It's also like if you're playing right? Spiders. Oh my gosh. Really seriously. That's the dick, as some people would say. And this is gonna be even low. Oh, good. Oh, I got that. Take that, you foul beast. Oh, come on, really? I hit crap about
That was just a taste.
massacre. That was such a massacre. Oh my goodness. Entry level. Well, I'll take that. Wow, they're going light today. Yeah. Oh, I love Diablo.
Feel my wrath.
How about we have them explode? I don't know about you, but exploding is very my opinion. The sooner I get out of here, the better. Oh. Just die. Oh, hey! Our favorite guy. Hey! Well, that exploded nicely. Let's see what we got out of all that. Ooh. No, the legendary belt still gets us the happiness we need. But other than that, that was pretty good, decent. Oh, hello. A new event. How cool. But before we go into that, oh, it's gonna just be like that too. And your minions are gonna go down.
That was just a taste.
Oh, there we go. There we go. The massacre is brutal! Well, we got the bonus just out of this whole thing.
You won't survive that. The light grows stronger within you.
And we gained another level.
I had a nightmare like this once.
Yeah, so have I. It's not too fun. Let's see if this is... Oh, well, we've got stairs. Usually that's a...
My mistress has accepted me. Come close and feel her loving embrace.
No, thank you.
Appears to be a relative term here.
No, I don't think so. I'd take Monster Mizume. I think I'd take Monster Mizume over this.
Please help me. It's horrible. She sucks the innards from her victims. Oh, no. No. It's too late.
Oh, come on. She's no fun anymore.
Not enough discipline.
Oh, we'll fix that. Well, that took care of that.
To dissolve these webs. Please hurry. I can't hang here like this a moment longer. I'll go mad.
There we go.
Thank you.
Rumor holds that Archbishop Lazarus loosed a silent terror in the caves near Leoric's manor before he died. He labored for weeks over a group of unusually large spiders.
Armplate,
and
welcome
many of
aboard
his
the fleet.
servants
Your timing's
quietly
stellar as we
disappeared
dive deeper
during
into
this
these
time.
shadows. Glad you're here
The
for this
largest
quest.
creature led the others into the caves. None who have ventured there have returned.
You know what? We'll just fire for fire. Get rid of that. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Let's go see what the young lady.
It was terrible being stuck in there like that. Thank the gods you came along. What are you doing out here?
I seek a man taken by the Coven.
The Coven. I saw them dragging someone into Leoric's manor house. Perhaps it was the man you seek. You might have a small bit of trouble reaching there.
And how was that,
I'm
madam?
not proud of this, but I stole the stuff of a powerful Khazra shaman. The Khazra went mad and chased me to the caves. You can find the stuff in my cart in the Highlands. If you take it to the Khazra barricade, perhaps they will let you pass.
Well, there we go. I think that'll do it.
These lands once belonged to the Crown.
I know, many of you are saying, well. No, anytime there's spiders, I don't really want to be. Let's find out.
The wither moth is a curious phenomenon. It is tremendously large for an insect, and somehow its size allows it to expel a charging force when attacked. For this reason, few have survived to study it in great detail, including many notable academics. In fact, please do not inquire further upon this subject.
I like that. Nope, don't inquire about it. Let's get back to new system self and stuff. Let's see.
That would not be wise.
Let's see, what can we do? Oh, what level are we on now? 17, yes. Well, that gives us something. I don't want a bow. I want a crossbow. Well, I've got all the crafting material. Let's find out what I can do with this. An adept porcupine for level 25. Well, you know what? That actually would do very well next time. Let's see what this can do. Oh, still can't. Of course. Oh, I'm making two-handed ones. Oh, I don't want that. Let's see. Hand crossbow, that's what we're looking for. Let's see. All right, let's see what what damage can be done with this bad boy. Holy damage? Ooh. Recovery gets a little
Surely
less, but
there
I'll
is
take.
someone out there who would benefit from our aid right now.
Many will. Give me a second here. So, look back what we have taken. Maybe that. Well, it's oh, hello. And this one's a 28. Well, crisscross apples hustle that one, as somebody would say. Let's see. Anything else? No, 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 no. 432. Damage goes down. Nah. I think we're good. Or maybe. No. No. Nah. Oh, that's gonna do that for wait, maybe. No. Still doesn't do anything for us. Does this?
Screech Savannah, welcome aboard. Your arrival shines bright as we navigate
you know what?
these shadows
I have
together.
to
Ready for some
take care of
legendary
something.
loot
I will be
hunts?
right back. Give me about 10 minutes. Something came up that I need to take care of, but I'll be right back. so sorry about that. Sometimes your body just wants to do something different and not in a good way. All right. Well, let's take care of what we need to do. All right. Oh, you know what? We gotta go back. In my eagerness to take care of some business. Craft. Salvage. Let's see if our friend...
Sergeant Naman, thanks for the blessings. Glad
Hey.
you're here with us on deck today.
God bless you too, my friend. Now we're doing pretty good out here. Let's see. There we go. Sometimes you just have to go,
I can't use that.
one-handed, two-handed. Well, you know what that means, folks. It adds to the salvage. Alright, let's get back to the game. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not very adept. My French it could get me arrested, or some of the things I say would get me arrested in Great Britain too. So, I guess you could look around. That's cool. Polish and Netherlands. I like that. That's cool.
Long ago, 5 clans of the Umbaru tribe left the Teganze and ventured north. After their transformation into Khazra, only a few elders were still able to use magic, and they passed it down to
yeah,
their cleverest children.
you missed our
These are the
message,
Khazra
definitely,
shamans, and they
Monday,
rank among the most dangerous of their race.
Stand down.
Sergeant Naman, your presence is a blessing. Glad you're here as a keep that very strong.
Oh, rapid fire. There we go.
A well-deserved death.
Let's see. 41 does absolutely nothing for me. But we did take care of something. Yeah, more people just want to. Oh, gave us nothing. Huh. Doesn't help. Yeah, check us Monday. It should be up and running. Usually we post at about 4 a.m., but this last couple of weeks have been a little funky. Had to upload like 4 times. Yeah, it's fun. But it's just in the pocket, so. Oh, long. Has been tamed. At least for now. Okay, I never noticed that.
Vouch 3. Welcome aboard. Your timing's perfect, just in time for some fierce battles ahead with our crew.
Oh, I think it's time to get cave diving. Flunking on the menu. Where? Where is he? I heard him. There he is. Oh, no, you don't. Definitely will go flunking in just a few moments, but... well, they really... That treasure goblin really isn't giving up the goods these days. I mean, usually we get a treasure goblin, boop, not a problem, but...
I have labored to master the dark arts. Now I finally reap the rewards. Amanda has acknowledged me. She promised me a special task that would bring endless glory to the Great One. I can hardly rest until she reveals it on the morrow.
Well, that doesn't sound sinister at all, now does it? Well, usually we have health. Going down, buddy, either way. Anything, Bueller? No. Alright, let's see what's going on here. I guess oh, hello. I have to play, even with playing Satisfactory, I have to turn on Arachnophobia mode. But even worse is I actually have an have a mod that gets rid of the arachnids altogether because I can't play your game. That's great. Spiders, no. Spiders, I have major issues with. Oh, the guy. There we go. Well, nothing up there. Alright. That would have hurt. Let's take care of the one, I'll take care of the rest.
I expected more.
You did? Here you go. My expectations. Alright, anybody else? Take care of it. Alright. I know, and we're like going down. Frozen wasn't good.
Thank you for helping me fight the darkness. To contend with evil is the essence of what it means to be a Templar.
Oh, really?
As long as you don't get in my way.
Get out of it. Go for it. Get out of it. Come on, guys. At least be generous about it and don't, wait until we out here and
We'll rip these brutes to shreds.
It's going now.
Feel my wrath.
I'll just keep coming, guys. Keep coming. There it is. Level 18. Alright. That was fun. like how they explode. Oh, definitely want those. Definitely want those. Anytime it goes all green. Not that. I need skills. So we got new for the Entangler, which is serrated arrow, but this gives us the shock collar. Ooh. I'll take the volatile explosives, thank you. What does rapid... Oh, the chakran gets twin chakran now. I'll take withering fire, thank you. Torturous ground? Well, we'll have to try that. New devices. The spike trap. Well. Oh. Yeah, I take that. Always have a trap. A companion. No, but I'll take Vault and the action shot. Wow. We went right through all that. All right. Arcane dust. A weapon rack. What do we got? Yes. Well, it looks like we found our spot. That's why I like the bullets with the exploding shot, you know? Well, let's see. Apparently, we can find you know, I bet it's in. Alright, so we can definitely say boom. Okay. Yeah. Oh, most assuredly. I didn't know Brian would... Well, I think we found it. There you go. Boom. buddy. No flambert. Go. Hello. Okay. No, we go with this. Taken care of. Now let's go to finish what we were supposed to do because we were too eager to get to the end. Here we go to the barricade. And if this is Warhammer 40k for the Emperor! Checkpoint. Just a bit. You watch your people go through the letters. And all of a sudden it's like feels exciting. That village is a little light on the
Context 97. Welcome aboard the UFS Ascendant. Glad you're here for this
funny explosions.
Your fear betrays you.
Ow. And everybody knows one of them. But definitely. Back to the northern island. And you, sir, are neither of those. First nest that I see. We're getting close. I'll take the chest, thank you very much. I always like good loot. It's because I'm on normal. What does the altar have? Absolutely. Another chest. It's loot. Yeah, they say thou shalt not steal, but, you know, when there's good stuff to have, you gotta have it. have grass stations down outside. I don't know. There. Find the compound. Well, I think we got there. What do you think? However, that... for a wizard. That's okay. We don't have lizards. But we do have awesomeness. Checkpoint! Then, like any good RPG game, you gotta see if there's other loot or things. Oh,
The light grows stronger within you.
To me, you beasts! Let none touch me!
no. Explode of Daily massacre. Worse than overdrive stuff. Wow, they went poof. All right, now. Got that. Hunting. Still want that. Rapid fire. Now has. There we go. That makes more sense. Some of you don't believe me. Well, you'll find out soon enough. And he thought he had it. Fuck. It's not an Impala, it's an Impaler. Oh, let's just... oh, excuse me. Let's just head up. See?
Always wanted to fight some of these.
Hell yeah. Well. Didn't last long. To the bridge! Over the bridge, how's it?
The haunted manor. Of course they'd be
Now.
Could we find more like that?
Always. See, they're picking the poor villagers. They're not picking up the ones that have, like, good stuff, you know? I know that's evil of me to say that. I'm well aware of that. But, you know, it is an RPG. Ooh, yeah. I'll take the experience myself. Alright. Let's get to Magda on this, because I'm getting tired of this woman not just letting us live and, you know, hunt her people down. Let's go and do it. Oh, that's right. We got to go through the Orcs Manor.
revenge.
Come on, I want the guy with the... There we go, that's what happened. And somebody. Again. I did not know he was there.
The cultists were performing a strange ritual when I saw them today. One of their number stood soundlessly, while others thrust long spikes deep into his spine.
Well, that's
He
just
did not
lovely to
flinch.
know.
And I believe that he may have even been darkly empowered from the implantation. Though such terrible magic is foreign to me.
Come on. And there it is.
There is a new piece to the game. A girl named Leah. My spies tell me she is the child of the witch Adria, who is hiding in the deserts of Chaldeum. Bring this news to the Master at once.
Show them no mercy, for they shall grant us none.
True. But that's not the issue here, is it? There's more to it than meets the eye, like Transformers. Well, knock
He's
knock.
unstoppable. No mortal could slaughter our brethren with such ease.
Then die well. Lord Belial will reward your
Ah,
sacrifice.
Belial. Here we go.
He is here.
No, I can't do that.
Shut up and die!
Delay him while I prepare his demise in the depths below.
Well, that's just lovely to know.
You will drown in your own blood, Magda.
Yes, you will. I think we'll make certain of it. No. I still like my two-hand. More. Oh, the wounded man.
Did horrible things to us.
Yes, they did,
Rest
my
easy
friend.
now. Your time is short. Have you seen another prisoner? A man in rags?
Yes, the man with the golden eyes. I saw Magda take him into Leoric's old torture chambers below us.
I will kill her. I swear it.
Well, let's head back to Tristram. We got about 6 minutes before everything else. Let's put stuff away that's like needed. Oh wait, no. And I don't like single-handed crossbows myself. Let's see, anything else that has come up? Well, that has. Nope, don't, no. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, I really should start getting rid of some of this stuff. Oh, but it's so. Alright, well. Falcon's Curse always is something that's needed. A lot of you are saying. No, don't. Only the good stuff. Damage goes down. It's always about intelligence. Enter the halls of agony level 1. Well, we will do that. Repair some of our items and salvage a lot of them. Now let's forge some weapons. Dagger, crossbow, ceremonial knife, bow. I think we can do that for a friend here. For once, he gets upgraded.
A good choice.
There we go. Alright, and salvage. Well, nothing there to say anything. Well, we'll pause it right here, and we will be back at 1:15. So stick around. We've got Magda to take care of. few people who kind of want to go and see what we did. All right, so you are here. She has the traveler's checks down there. Well, what are we gonna do? We gotta get them back. Somebody commented many moons ago. It's like, why does it say Notorious
Either way,
FC?
no disguises here.
That was our hey, he was doing streaming during a couple of years ago. So. See, they just keep falling apart. Knock, knock. Oh, God.
These creatures won't go down easily.
Not enough hatred.
Heard tales about the fall of King Leoric when I was young, but seeing it with my own eyes, it is another thing entirely.
A fetid, pallid malaise has fallen over the manor we now call home. Young Albrecht seems to be enjoying himself in our new home, however. Perhaps I am simply suffering from an imbalance of humors brought on by the recent change of climate.
Ah, humors. Yes, let's do a little bloodletting, shall we? Let's get to those guys on dead. Don't have to. There we go. It's the force of Karas, you know, back in Diablo II. Skills, no? Alright, they're back again. No, I'm not. Well, my aim is very good right now. Let's go downstairs. Oh, yes. That's our friend. while those guys start coming out, we'll go take care of it. Nowhere to be seen. Come on, guys. There we go.
What skill should I master?
I don't think they had time to think about what they were doing. Well, they have a hole. That's all well and good. I don't know. Yes. And we get an elemental arrow, which, again, doesn't do much when it comes to what we really want. And again, eventually, I want our guy to have the good stuff, okay? Well, they don't want forest. I cast fire. But unlike that... Oh, are they in here? Yes. Oh, they're looking. No, we'll go that this way. Oh, and mine too. Don't let him get the upper. I'm casting fireball. Come on.
Pruner Covert, welcome aboard, crew. Glad you could join us for this dark dive into the halls of destiny. Stick around for
a worthy choice.
Yes, it is. Ah! Finally found where we... Oh, come on, guys. Oh, how still completed your... Just stay dead. Alright. Enter the halls of agony level 2. Well, there are those guys. I guess we gotta figure it out. Well, it didn't work out for them. But you summon those guys down and like, and why didn't all go to the plan? Well, let's see, my friend. I took my
convinced that some malevolent being is attempting to wrest control of my thoughts away from me. Voices direct me to horrendous acts, and there are times when I seem unable to control my body. Lazarus knows.
Oh, must have had bad food.
He looks at me strangely when he thinks me otherwise disposed.
Oh,
By all reason.
I need more hatred to do that.
Okay.
I like to think the world is safer now.
Well, I'd like to think that too, but that's not happening, is it? Here's these guys. And they will go boom. This is why you can't have nice things, because I come along.
Heroic Sauce, welcome aboard the fleet. You locked in for the fiery run through months of agony? Brace yourself. Crew's about to face the imprisoned angel.
Oh, yeah, looks like it. But we have to go through. One more. Again. Finally. Knock, knock. Oh, they must crawl. Well.
Too low on discipline.
Yeah, kind of got that. Knock, knock. Oh, the game pod is done. Get through that. See, that's why you have that. That was a hiccup. Nothing too exciting. No. Now you can't have that. Again, this is like the cross court where but it's not time based on how long you stay in your name.
council begs me to reconsider. I will continue with the executions of those I find guilty of plotting against the kingdom. Perhaps they fear my eye will fall on them and discover their heinous, treasonous plans as well.
Yeah.
Lazarus is the only one I can still trust.
Really? I mean, we all.
Your
I think we all.
bravery has not wavered once. I salute you, sir.
This is my duty. I must not hesitate.
I know the feeling.
We're not gonna finish now. And from a safe distance. Oh, guess who we have again?
Evil has been rebuked.
Fire Hellions with the Hellions. Well, that dead-ended us. Well, that was fun. We got some XP out of that. Oh, that's right. So let's go down south.
I have finally rid myself of the dark influence seeking to subdue me. And now I see things as they truly are. This conspiracy among the insolent townsfolk to weaken me by stealing Albrecht away will not stand.
Well,
perhaps the heads of their women and children on pikes will bring them clarity.
Absolutely nothing, of course. Ah, but there's the arrow telling us we are at the close to the end of this section. Yay! Of course, at the end of this section, we have to go through what's down there. Yay! Alright, let's get this over. Now let's see, we got through that. Let's see if it opened up for us. Well, it did. Yay! And it was a dark and stormy night. I think it's time to manufacture some better one-handed crossbows. Just a thought.
Now for your just reward!
Heads will roll. And you know how our AI. Oh, hello.
I am Ascilla, once queen to our beloved Leoric. My servants and I were consumed by his madness. Now I give you my blessing, champion, to release my people from their eternal torment.
We will do that as best we can. Well, at least they belch very well. Hello.
The gods seem fit to release me from this torment.
Wow, that's close. There we go. See, there's a sneaky bugger.
What? Who cares?
I do.
The gods have seen fit to release me from this torment.
It is a mess.
My savings paid off.
Knock.
Thank the gods.
Yeah, somebody is here. I'm that type of guy. Alright, so we got that. Let's see what we got here.
Trinidad Block, welcome aboard the
No,
fleet.
not good enough.
Glad you dropped in for this mission. Prepare for some cosmic level action with Nova AI guiding chat.
No, we still stick with Thunderball. Sorry. Then there's Nightbane, but we go with Torturous Ground. Marked for death. Mark an enemy taking additional damage for no. The action shot looks right. Thank you. All right. So I think we've really cheesed off Something just tells me he's just not happy with our doing business here. We got 2 more. Oh, you laugh all you want. Area of effect spell. Worked very well.
Our opponents may be strong, but I will not stand down. Bleed, you filth!
Take that off. Yeah, there it
is. My hatred is too low.
Boots aren't something, but yes, we will do that. And no, we will get rid of that. Ooh, we have a prisoner. Now we just need the last one.
Freedom. At long last. Freedom.
Hello. I guess we'll have to take care of. Oh, they'll come to us. Yay! Hello. No, I've got... Oh, no, that's a little bit better. It may have a little light on the armor, but definitely happiness. And again, we'll put those back. And always the last one is just... The last one. It's always the last one. You just go all the way around, all the stuff. And it's like right in the area where you're just like, oh, I never thought about looking here first. There we are, see? And he felt you very good. Jail bones, well. Wouldn't have put it that way, but okay.
Thank the gods. Thank you, champion. My servants are now free, but the curse over this place remains. Seek the warden at the dungeon center and end his evil forever.
We will do that because we're that type of people.
Am I alone here?
things will go into the back. Always that. And that's what we're at to next. And again, nothing.
Fear me!
Alright. Like
My lord, the prisoner is ready, as you requested.
Thank you, Lazarus. Your loyalty is invaluable in the midst of all these traitors. And you, my dear, my own wife and queen, conspiring against our kingdom.
My love, I swear, I have never betrayed you.
What will?
Lies. Until the very end.
A grim end to a noble woman. I am proud to have played my part in Leoric's fall.
Well, that's the end of that cinema. Whoop.
The time of my lord's true awakening is at hand. That fool, Leoric, was only able to resist him because he did not yet possess his full power. With the Queen dispatched as a traitor, I may now devote myself fully to preparing the boy for the presence of my master.
Well, we know what's going on with that, now don't we?
Yeah.
And that, my dear friends, is how you get rid of those guys. Let's see. What do we have here? Well, these guys. And well.
Not enough hatred.
Well, that was fun. And then I join in.
Become stronger.
Alright, let's see what we got here. Again, like spiders. Gotta have spiders. I don't have to have spiders. Awesome. Not yet.
I need more bodies. You think my summoners can just conjure up a demon whenever it pleases them? We must have blood. Fresh blood, mind you.
Like
And
10,000
human
bloods.
flesh to bolster our magic. I will be expecting a reply from you shortly.
Alright, let's confirm this. And did. Okay. Okay. Well, we lose the regen of life, but I think that's okay. Now, yes, we put everything back the way we had it. Oh, can't remember. Oh, tokens. Oh, I can't remember. I think you have to hold on to these things. And then, let's see. All right.
Sire.
Alright.
So welcome aboard the fleet. Glad you synced in for Operation Seven Sins. Get ready for some epic questing with Nova AI on deck.
Well, not that. I've already got that. Ugh. Oh, that's right. We have new stuff. Multi-shot. That's strafe. Multi-shot. Yeah, I can accept that. Definitely looks good. Let's see. Hunting. Companion. Yeah, no. We still do that. Grenade! No, we do both. Nope, everything else. Alright, that's fine with that. That's for a follower. Oh. Let's see.
No.
Well, it says follower. Oh, scoundrel. A scoundrel. Oh. And enchantress. Well. Always something. If we get the scoundrel. Other than that, no, we're going to have to get rid of that. Because that one just doesn't work. A little arcane dust. Alright, well, we are coming up to our next break. Let us break now. We'll come back at 1/4 past the hour. Thank you for all following up to this point, and thank you for all for watching. I know it's a little boring on this side. I'm a little tired myself. But we will get through this. So give me about 15 after the hour, and we will be right back. Thanks, Nova, for getting everyone in the system. All right. Here we go. I guess. Did I get everything? So let's see. Inventory clean. Whee! Faster than a teleporter. Just get back on the surface, not letting everybody then I make sure they go to pieces.
Always wanted to fight some of these. They should have run when they had the chance.
So do these guys. They just fell to pieces.
If only this dark place had been destroyed along with its ruler.
I don't have any poison skills, so. Oh, boom. Oh, you know what to do these guys. Ooh! 7-10 split. You can't go wrong with that. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Let's get them upgraded. Oh.
Good thought. Excellent.
Alright, yeah, some people were complaining about that. Not earlier. Because there's always... Oh, and these guys. You know, this is why I'm...
Your fear betrays you.
Oh. Oh, no. It's 20 kills and still.
To do that.
The garage. That's worth it. All right. Like sometimes I think. All right. Time for the Chamber of Suffering. Let's see what we got. Are we set? Yes. Do we have set? Yes. All right. Time to go. Time to get my color.
Leah must be back in Tristram, crying over the old man's corpse. She'll soon have another one to cry over. Yours. Meet the butcher.
The baker and the candlestick. Oh, sorry, wrong. Horny little double. Well. That's taken care of, and we got that. And
the truth about the butcher demon was more startling than I ever anticipated. Evidently, there are many of them within the burning hells, though they used to be solely under Diablo's command. The butchers are stitched together from the parts of other demons to combine their strengths, then given life through wicked magic.
And now this area. Excuse me. Oh, heck no. Oh, you mean I can't get it? That's it. There we go. Let's talk to the stranger.
Am dying.
Take up your sword.
My sword.
Eomer, king!
I remember now. I was an archangel of the high heavens. I was the embodiment of justice. I am Tyrael. You have restored my mind, friend. And now, I remember the warning I came to deliver. Belial and Asmodan, the last lords of hell, are unleashing a tide of darkness that will drown this world. Already, Belial's shadow has fallen upon Chaldeum.
I will stop at nothing to kill them. All of them, until their corpses are piled higher than the tallest towers.
We must move quickly. Let us return to Tristram and make ready.
First off, but It will go here, along with my other crowns. See, that's the thing. I lose a lot, but somebody else in another iteration it might work. We don't have a monk. Let's clean house here. All items. You know what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have. Oh, that's right. We said we were going to get new stuff, so let's get new stuff. Nope. Not yet. Let's see. Black tree. A hand crossbow. Let's see. We can go up to adept nail splitter. Excellent. And toughness goes down just a bit. But recovery is good. My 6 going to 13. We'll go with that. Salvage this. Because we do need that. And let's get to the next. Let's get another one. See what we can get out of it. Oh yeah. And because we did, we will. And now for our. No, we're not there yet, so we're not going to do that. But can we have an amulet? Pants. Pants, that's what we need. Definitely. Definitely useful. Scoundrel token, shield, Templar relic. Excellent. Something for our friend here.
This will help.
Definitely. Our dexterity and vitality is definitely through the roof. Don't need to worry about anything else. But let's get on to what?
Time grows short, my friends. Even now, Belial's influence is spreading through Chaldeum.
But how will we find him?
We won't have to. Magda and her coven will lead us straight to him.
I'm not going anywhere until Uncle Deckard's been laid to rest.
We can do no less for him. But afterward, he must be avenged.
I have called for a caravan to guide us to the east. Speak to the caravan master when you are ready to go. We will see to Cain as we depart.
Well, that's the end of that. At least for this section.
My friend, shall we depart to Chaldeum?
Act 2, here we go.
Crew Stardust at your feet, storm overhead. Welcome to Act 2. Stay sharp. Mission focus means victory in Sanctuary.
Deckard sacrificed much to protect this world. But his work is not over.
What would you know about sacrifice?
Well, let me show you.
Imperial.
The ancient law of the high heavens strictly forbids us from interfering with the mortal world. Yet you have done so, brazenly.
All I am guilty of, Imperius, is bringing justice, while you hide, cowering behind your throne.
Silence! You will now answer for your transgressions.
You cannot judge me. I am justice itself. We were meant for more than this. To protect the innocent. But if our precious laws bind you all to inaction, then I will no longer stand as your brother.
You chose to be one of us.
Sacrilege.
I'm not gonna say who's who or anything. It's just I have to admit.
Thus, I fell willingly. Because humanity is the only hope for this world.
No more stay a
never
while and
believed.
listen.
All your crazy tales. The work. You never finished. I will finish it, Uncle. I will carry on for you.
Now that Tristram is safe, I travel to Chaldeum, the great city of the East. It has fallen before one of the last lords of Hell, Belial. I mean to set the city free.
And the truth shall set you free. As the saying goes. Alright. It's time. Checkpoint.
Here we are. Chaldeum, Jewel of the East. Uncle Deckard loved this place.
He wouldn't now that it is under the spell of Belial, Lord of Lies. I can smell his stench on the air.
We'll have to separate. You two search for Belial, while I track down Magda and make her pay for Kane's death.
Oh, right.
Hey, most of my items have almost no blood left on them.
I like a guy that says it. We know you scavenge out there, sir, but still, it's like, you know, it's not everything.
Hey, mister, I got some new things. I may look small, but I'll hurt you if you try to steal from me.
Well. Don't need it, but okay. Don't need that. Probably charges an arm and a leg. No, thank you. Oh, and we have the diamond merchant. Covetous shed. Combined gems. Oh, need them. So I can do. Oh, that's. Let's see. Taken care of. All right. I know some of you are going, why do you have that many? Well, because I can. Now let's head on our journey, shall we?
Tell me, God, why are all these refugees here?
I am not a god. I am a Shira, commander of the Iron Wolves. We saved these refugees from Magda's coven, but even now wreaks havoc throughout the borderlands.
I've been hunting Magda all the way from New Tristram. Where can I find her?
She's heading toward Alcarnus, but has blocked the road behind her. However, there is another way. Through the Kasim outpost.
Of course.
Have you heard? Emperor Hakan threw his entire court.
Teriel and I learned that while the Iron Wolves were fighting Magda in the desert, the Emperor replaced them with Imperial guards who bar all from the inner city.
I suspect that the Iron Wolves were sent out to die. Belial has made his move. We must find a way into the city.
As a child, I explored Chaldean while Uncle Deckard studied here. I can get in through the sewers.
Good. Learn what you can. We'll reconvene after I've killed Magda.
Be careful. Alcarnus sounds like Magda's trap.
Of course.
What is the first rule? This gate leads to Alcarnus. You will need to follow the long road over the canyon bridge and through the Kasim outpost. We haven't heard anything from the Iron Wolves in the desert. If you make it to the Kasim outpost, seek out Captain David.
The first rule in avoiding a trap is know of its existence.
Magda will pay for her wickedness.
The enchantment.
Take heed, traveler. Cultists guard these desert roads, and they will slay any who pass.
I've heard. I traveled here to kill them and their leader.
Then you must not go alone. I shall accompany you.
Well,
There are illusions out there. Mirages to some. But I can see them for what they are. The Coven's foul magic. They will lead you to your death.
Thanks for the warning, but I know a trap.
Different than anyone we have seen. Her skin is as soft and smooth as polished ivory, and her eyes, they... No.
Why are you two whispering over there?
No reason.
I would rather not discuss the sand wasp. These overgrown insects wouldn't be notable whatsoever if not for their exceptionally poisonous stings, which, alas, killed my young apprentice. I thought he would be more careful when I sent him to retrieve a sample from the hive, but his parents did not understand my perspective. The Lacuni, or panther men as they are sometimes called, have inhabited the desert wastes east of Chaldeum for thousands of years. The large males are the tribe's leaders and protectors, while the agile females are expert hunters. Mostly they are primitive and reclusive creatures, although they will attack if cornered or hungry.
Now we fight!
careful. They are very near to us.
What do you mean? The road is blocked.
Is it?
You should never have known. Demons were faced under foes.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I've missed killing these cultists. Come on then.
How did you know about the ambush?
I am an enchantress. The ways of magic and illusion are familiar to me. My
nice.
name is Arena.
My thanks, Irena. It seems you're doing a lot more than saving travelers, though.
Well, I am also looking for someone. But here, let me clear the way for you.
Okay. Ah,
Captain, from behind! Protect the people! Iron
If not for you, the Lacuni would have eaten well this day.
Well, not
Will I need to slaughter more Lacuni on my way to Alcarnus?
Ha! Those beasts are nothing compared to the cultists. They're casting spells in 2 of their desert lairs to obscure the Black Canyon Bridge.
I think we need
Let us head
to
north
take
to
care
the Howling Plateau. The cultist magic seems to be emanating from there.
I like that.
There is another illusion here. The cultists tried to hide their footsteps.
There we go.
Their spells are weak and easily countered. If we follow these prints, we can find their lairs and halt the rituals. I will seek out any other traces of their magic.
And that's why we make it frozen.
Look, more hidden footprints.
Land shark. Look, more footprints.
Those foul cultists have come this way.
This is one of the cultists' lairs. They are casting part of the illusion inside.
Okay.
The ritual is disrupted!
There should be another ritual at a cellar to the east of here.
I owe you my life. Bless you.
All right.
Look, more hidden footprints.
So we took care of the one. Oh, come on. Don't lose your head.
Look, more hidden footprints.
Our opponents may
now
be strong, but I will not stand down.
What a monstrous creature!
Look,
Land
more
shark.
hidden footprints.
Look, more hidden footprints. Up, new lore.
It seems that the Fallen are indeed creatures of demonic origin.
This is one of the cultist lairs. They are casting part of the illusion inside.
Didn't you say that earlier? Yeah, more speed.
The ritual is disrupted.
There. That ought to dispel the Coven's magic. Let us go to the bridge.
It is with some reluctance that I write on the 7 lords of hell, for they are the greatest of the demons, and even whispering their name.
Tell me, what shall you do when Magda is dead?
I will kill her master Belial and his brother Asmodan. The long shadows of the lords of hell will be lifted from this world.
How curious. You must be the one I was meant to find here.
Well, don't know about that. I'm just here for the for vengeance. Oh, there we go. Is that where it is? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Nope. I made the wrong turn at Albuquerque. Go to the Black Canyon Bridge. Well, it's not like the Black Canyon Highway.
I think it is time for you to know my true tale.
Okay.
I am not from Chaldeum. I learned these spells 1,500 years ago. My sisters and I pledged our service to a man of great power. We called him the Prophet. He trained us and placed us in a magical slumber to awaken in this era. I am to prevent the lords of hell from invading.
I would scarcely believe it if I hadn't seen your spells with my own eyes. You must have waited for this even longer than I have. Please, join me.
Stronger within you.
Well, now I do.
The Prophet has foreseen our victory. That
Oh,
would
you
be
gotta
of
go
use.
for that.
I will use it well.
Well, after all that I've done. Well, we'll get her bulked up later.
The Qasim outpost can't be far.
You will find it to the north, though it is still some distance away.
Let's get the Enchantress all gussied up here. Let's see. There's that. Let's see. I can't get that yet. Let's see. She'll need that. Dexterity, vitality. No, that's only meant for her.
insist.
I do, madam.
Perfect. This is well crafted.
That's a scoundrel. And that is for Midlady.
Magnificent.
There we go. I think that'll do it for right now, don't you think? Actually, let's get rid of it. Alright. Excuse me as I
Hey,
hiccup.
mister, I got some new things. You should take a look.
I shouldn't I? No. Let's see. Actually, does we need? I think she had wands. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. She has a staff. Okay, well that changes that. So we'll get a staff for her. Staff.
Thank you.
There we go. That helps. All right. All right. We don't have any armor for her yet, but there we go. Now go on the Great Explorer. Well, nothing there. Nobody. You don't have an Otis here. Just you, huh? Whoa, hello. A cellar. Well, you gotta go for the cellar.
Help me! I don't want to die!
Nothing else. Oh, well. That was... meh. Well, looks like we only have one way to go, I think. Let's see now. Maybe not. Oh.
Bleed, you filth!
This is no illusion. The cultists block the road. I'll have to go through the casino outpost to the west.
Do you see that enemy over there? Let us cleanse it from this land. A foulness hangs in the air. We must be getting closer.
Well, of course. That's a bonus. definitely through the Kazim outpost. Ugh, I was so hoping we could just find something that the developers didn't see. Oh well. That's how it works. And since we don't have speed on this, here we go. The stinging winds. The summer wind comes blowing in.
You won't survive that!
Well.
You're too kind.
No. I just don't want you. No. There's going to be a point where you're just going to play a game and it's like, we're going to put all these things out here, but we're not going to give you anything. I think we've hit that in this game.
Be careful. This ship is cursed by demons. We should be safe as long as we don't disturb it.
This is a trade ship. It must have sailed here before the sea brought our
Fallen, you know?
The fallen lunatics are the most unstable of their kind, causing them to overproduce highly combustible fluids in their abdomens. I believe this imbalance must be inevitably fatal, leading the lunatics to puncture their stomachs and release their explosive bile in a terrible display when enemies come too near.
Belial, Lord of Lies, is the most elusive of the 7 evils and is a master of deceit. It is said that he manipulated Asmodan into revolt against the prime evils. This began the Burning Hell's civil war, which ended with the dark exile of the prime evils to our mortal realm.
No. It's about that time for us to take our next break. So we're going to do that right now. And take care of that business. Let's see, 79. No, won't do her any good. Oh. Alright. Well, we'll take our break and head back to the other area and get through that outpost. So we'll be back soon. Oh, and this is the last hour, so see you in about 15.
quiet.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
Captain of the Guard, you are hereby ordered to send a band of your most loyal men to secure the Qasim outpost. Control of the city hangs by a thread. The commoners are becoming restless, and it is imperative that we subdue them. Remain vigilant, for there may already be an outsider within our borders looking to stir up trouble.
I don't stir up trouble.
We've been safe ever since the Imperial Guard came.
Okay.
I need to reach Alcarnus. Please open the gate.
You must be mad. But if you're intent on rushing headlong to your death, talk to Captain David down in the command post. He's got the gate key.
Okay, well... Why is it the command post is underground?
Here you are, delivered unto me as a sacrifice. A gift from Lord Belial.
Okay.
Really, Magda? Or did Belial send you here as bait to lure me away from Chaldeum? I will kill you, you know.
No! He would never betray me!
Yes,
Strike him down!
Belial is the Lord of Lies, Magda. The truth is, you were dead the minute you killed Cain.
These serpentine demons are Belial's favored servants, and he has granted them some of his skin.
Not a moment too soon. They plan to sacrifice us to Belial. Iron Wolves, take back the town!
Let's take back the town.
Captain. Has Magda reached Alcarnus?
Yes. We've heard rumors of a horrible slaughter there.
Then I cannot delay
Not
any
unlike
longer.
the one we just had
Open
now.
the gate.
Nope, doesn't do it for us. So
Cain's death will soon be avenged.
Can't summon anybody.
Darkness
Don't
awaits
lose your
you.
head, folks. Find Alcarnus. I think we're near there.
The seraphim radiates from him.
He was an angel, but became a man in order to aid us.
You have been blessed by many.
I don't know about that. Your fear betrays you.
We taught them a lesson.
I think we are on the road to Alcarnus. Boy, we should get our ground. Sorry. You know,
The Valrus manuscript lists Asmodan as the best battlefield commander of all demons, having defeated the angels many times in the eternal conflict across Pandemonium and the primevals in the demonic civil war. If the Lord of Sin ever assaults our realm, we
Well, he just
truly
did,
have
didn't he?
much to fear.
but fear itself. Oh, that's Checkpoint. A la Carnes. Oh, we will do the optional.
I'm rescued.
Put this place behind you.
Here.
Don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
This is the
gods have answered my prayers.
Take solace, friend.
I can't believe it's over.
The refugees await you in Chaldea.
Not enough hatred.
Not enough. Remember. You know. And there we are.
I must escape. Take solace, friend. We will free the others.
We already have freed the others. We took our bonus. Thank you. Holy. Oops. Another? And just because we can't. And I'm being serious about that. I am.
Darkness awaits you.
And that, my friends, is why we use the bolus the way we do. Now to take care of a few people. And again, this is why we don't gaggle in a group. A vicious mother. Oh, man. Oh, still right.
We're awkward. Sweet revenge!
Even if you know that line. That, but now, onward and upward. Checkpoint. Well, I think we'll take care of Magda.
Your fate is sealed, Magda. The chase ends here.
It matters not. While you hunted me, Belial's Imperial Guard captured your little witch Leah. Soon, her power shall be his.
Hatred is too low. No one else will die at Magda's hands.
She was consumed by shadow. It pains me to see it.
When I joined the Coven, it was weak and idle. The leaders were content to do nothing, while the prime evils were imprisoned. I convinced another witch to help me poison them, and together we took control. She left some years later, but I continued, bringing the Coven to glory under Lord Belial.
Well, that's what we call cannon fodder.
Do you ever become weary of strife? Of constant fighting?
Rest is a luxury I cannot afford.
You are not very good at lifting the spirits of others, are you?
No. Let's see. Oh, best dress. Well.
I will use this.
Let's see. Ooh. That works. That works very well. Return to the camp. Now that we won't be harassed. Actually, you know what?
I need to go back.
Let's go back.
As her life was slipping away, Magda claimed that the demon lord Belial would reign over our world. I will die before I let such a dark fate come to pass.
Of course.
Before I killed her, Magda told me that the Imperial Guard had captured Leah. I saw these guards at the Kasim outpost. They are the serpent demons of Belial, disguised as men.
Then they must be holding the Emperor against his will. I tremble to think what Belial might do with Leah and her growing power.
Well...
The only chance we have to rescue Leah is to wrest the Emperor from the grasp of the Imperial Guard.
Ashira, the Iron Wolf's captain, may be willing to help us. I will speak with her.
Yes, I know. But you never know. Alright. We've already gone through those. That's 2 hands. That's 2 hands. Oh yeah, that's 2 hands, of course. Ooh. Oh yes. Anything else that we could... Alright. Now at 24. Let's see what our skills say. Now we have to go. No, I like Spike Trap. Multi-shot. Strafe has Icy Trail. Well, that doesn't work. Because I like multi-shot. Our Galtrops has Lingering Fog. I mean Beam. Yes. Ooh. While the shooting does help, Elemental Arrow has Ball Lightning, but Rapid Fire has Frost Shots. What do our bullets of Thunderball? I'll take care of that. I'd rather have that. Get anything else? Nope, not yet. Brooding. Oh, there we go. Like we have been doing that already. Alright. Let's see what we can craft. Oh. Let's see. Pull out mighty weapon, mace, and crossbow. Where are we at? Not yet. That's upsetting. Alright. Now to head down to the bazaar. Well, kids are happy. Suspiciously so. And there's people.
For too long! You must let us...
Ashira, the Emperor and my friend are in grave danger. I must gain entry into the palace.
I heard what you did at Kasim Outpost in Alcanis. You have my thanks. And you shall have my help. Captain
Awesome.
Ravan, this man has vital information regarding the massacre in the borderlands. We must see the Emperor at once.
Very well, but I don't think you'll find him receptive. Let them pass!
The Emperor must listen.
Okay, hey.
Let's go. I'll lead you to the palace.
Aren't we there?
You are bold to have sought this audience with me. My guards tell me you were responsible for the massacre of innocent villagers in Alcanis.
Those are lies! Magda and her coven destroyed Alcanis in the name of Belial.
If you are innocent, then why do you have a spy skulking through my sewers? Bring her in! Let me go! I detest violence. Guards, I leave this matter in your hands.
I'm into the fray we go. Oh no, you don't.
Come for me.
We need to leave before more guards arrive.
Well, something tells me this is about...
Get out of here. I will cover your escape.
Thank you. Now we need to get to the sewers. I'll explain why when we get there.
Yeah, they didn't get a chance to change.
Is that all?
No, there's always more.
There has to be a way into the sewers from here. This leads to the sewers.
All right, there we go. You know what? We're gonna pause it right here at the wretched pit. So let's see. We're sewers of Chaldean, so we're here. So let's get that
New
all
goods today. Please look.
all taken care of.
Disappointed.
Yeah, not much else. Ooh, and we got some happiness. All right. So that being stated, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. And basically say adieu for this evening. I want to thank everyone here who has watched us, watch me play pretty badly at times. Yeah, I know, it's normal mode, but definitely, I want to thank all of you for joining us tonight. If you missed the message, definitely say that you can watch it on Rumble. Go to Power Up Church AZ. That's the channel there. Also, YouTube will have it on there, and it's a good 40 minutes, but it's get better. It gives you the full details. You know, if you like our shorts, great. We'll have it on Rumble. We'll have shorts as usual on YouTube. You can also check our shorts at Power Up Church AZ. That's our Twitter handle, or X if you're one of those folks. But other than that, I think that's it for us for this evening. We're going to take care of the pit later on. So on behalf of our Fleet Commander Brandon, Patrick Nash, Aaron Dunn are both our hosts for the Ready Room broadcast, who gives you the podcast usually on Tuesdays, but it's been Thursdays recently. But they're going to just want to give you up on the podcast. That'll give you the breakdown of what the full mission briefing is. They're going to break it down. If you didn't understand the mission briefing ahead of time, the last time, they break it down even further, so that everybody understands. It's very important that they do it. Plus, it's compact a little bit more, so you don't have to go through 40 minutes. You can get pretty much everything in about 15 to 20 minutes. You can also listen to it on, like I said, the Ready Room podcast is available wherever you listen to your podcasts. I am Asai Nobuharu, one of your digital friends here at the UFS Ascendant. I want to thank also Nova, our AI. She's working very hard to understand everything that goes on here, but give her some heads up, give her some love in the chat next time. We will be back next Saturday, and I bid you adieu.